Toilet, that's not a problem. That's something I can continue to see to. I mean, if you were to mess on the floor, I don't think it would be a huge problem since it's the trash mountain. But it still counts as a care mistake and still lowers happiness and discipline, so I'll choose to leave the trash mountain and use the toilet that's just outside of it. And then head back in so we can continue to train our MP. Well, he needs the toilet again, so we have to leave for that. And I think our MP is probably okay. We've got it to over 3,000. There's that vending machine in the tropical jungle that can be used to recover MP. We can also recover both HP and MP from resting and sleeping. We don't want to train too much because we don't want the sweat bubble to appear. So I think we've done enough for now. I think we've trained our MP and got it up to a decent amount for the time being, so I'm happy to return to the city and continue with training other stats. But we're not going to spend our entire lifespan just training. You know, we are going to be having battles and recruiting Digimon and making progress. I'm just trying to make my stats as good as possible, ready for when we start to make such progress. I want to get good enough stats before I start, getting into battles. Because good stats are extremely important when you're not allowed to use items. You're not allowed to recover MP, so you need your attacks to be powerful enough to defeat the opposing Digimon without the need of recovering MP. You need your HP to be high enough to withstand attacks so that you don't end up needing to recover HP. So it's back to more training for now, but please do bear with me. This is not a permanent thing. I will move on to making more progress when the time is right. Now, working out at the trash mountain did cause happiness to go down quite a bit. I can only assume that Digimon don't appreciate standing inside of a giant turd, which I suppose is fair enough. I wouldn't appreciate it either. So I guess it's understandable that it's had a negative impact on their happiness. So we'll be 8 when we wake up, so we'll still have at least a couple of days before Digivolving becomes a possibility. Hopefully by then our weight will be over the limit for Metal Greymon and we won't have to worry about the risk of Digivolving to him. For now I'm continuing to train my HP. HP is needed. It's boosting my attack very modestly. I do need to get my brains up to 300. The restaurant will go some of the way with achieving that. So if I just continue with HP and eat at the restaurant, and then when I get around to training brains, I hopefully won't have to train it too much in order to get it up to 300. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like my weight has gone down by quite a bit. can only imagine that that came as a result of me going a fair while without eating, courtesy of the trash mountain, and the fact that I continued to do stuff that causes your weight to go down. But the restaurant will soon put it back up. Yeah, the restaurant knows how to make you heavy. Moral of the story, in real life, don't live off takeaways and meals out, otherwise you'll end up fat. And it's very expensive as well. Oh, our MP makes it up to 3,500. La-dee-da. Well, even though it costs me 10,500 bits when Greymon eats 3 times, I can't deny very much liking it when he does eat 3 times because of the gain of 15 attack and 9 brains, plus the positive effect that it has on happiness, discipline and tiredness, which probably has a positive effect on our lifespan as well. Well, Brains is only 20 away from reaching 300, but the restaurant is going to make our brains go up. Well, the restaurant's not going to affect our HP, so it makes sense to continue training our HP. We've got it close to 5,000. So I think, you know, our stats are looking good for some of the battles that we're going to be faced with. Certainly we're in no position to complete the game with these stats, but that's not the intention at the moment. With the current battles that we're... Well, with the sort of the more imminent battles, you know, the battles that I plan to have sort of once the training's done, things are looking pretty good for that at the moment. Our stats are looking pretty good for the battles that I'm going to be having once I stop with the training. Okay, Brains is virtually there. Eating just once more at the restaurant will bring our brains up to 300. Got a HP up to 5,000. MP's 3,500. Attacks 500. Speed's 300. Defense is just 150, but I'm really not worried about defense. I was a lot more focused on my other stats, as you've probably been able to see for yourself. Regardless of how many times he eats, our brains will go up to 300 or more. We are now there with brains, but he wanted to eat a second time, but not a third time. No worries. By this stage, I was thinking about moving away from the training and making progress towards recruitments, so I decided to save. And I was thinking that ideally it would be best to leave the city just after eating, so that we would have a few hours before Greymon would next want to eat. Because when Greymon wants to eat, we ideally want to be in the city so that we can feed him and avoid the care mistake. Get the stat increase, get the increase of happiness and discipline. So I sort of ideally wanted to be leaving the city just after eating and being able to get to the city when Greymon wants to eat, so that we're able to feed him when he wants to eat. I did eat at the restaurant, then I grabbed sirloins from Digimon. Then I saved, left the city, had Greymon use the toilet. He won't want more food just yet. And it occurred to me that it was an opportunity to try and defeat and recruit Birdramon. Make the short trip to Great Canyon, go up to where Birdramon is, and if I am successful at defeating her, then she will take us straight back to the city afterwards. So we'll be back in the city afterwards. The restaurant will be available should the restaurant be needed. The clinic will be available should resting be needed. The gym will be available should I want to do more training. I'll be able to save. And I thought that now just seemed like a good opportunity to try and defeat Birdramon. She is a useful recruit because of the Birdra transport that she offers you. Okay, can't make too many complaints about how that battle went. And I think I was mindful of the risk of Digivolve into Metal Greymon, so I did praise Greymon twice there, just so that my discipline wouldn't be high enough in order for it to be possible to Digivolve to Metal Greymon. Prominence Beam is an attack that I do rely on pretty heavily throughout this challenge, or at least certain parts of this challenge, and neither Metal Greymon or Skull Greymon can use Prominence Beam. So I didn't want to Digivolve to either of them. I wanted to stick with Greymon. Okay, so we're in need of the restaurant again. And it would be a good time to leave the city since we would have just eaten at the restaurant before leaving. And what's also interesting is that we're not far away from when Greymon wants to sleep, and sleeping is very handy in this challenge because it enables us to refill our HP and MP. It also enables us to save the game wherever we want. It's useful to sleep and save just before a battle, and it's useful to sleep and save just after a battle. And I'm actually heading to the Dino region because when you enter the Dino region, you have to battle Tyrannomon, and if you win against him, then you can go into the deeper parts of the Dino region where you can then battle Meteormon. And I would like to battle and defeat Tyrannomon without sleeping beforehand, and then making it up to where Meteormon is, and then sleeping just before the Meteormon battle, saving as well. So I'll should go into the Meteormon battle with full HP and MP. And what's also significant is the fact I'll be saving just before the battle, which is very important for reasons that I will touch upon when we get there. In the meantime, we need to make it past Tyrannomon, and I do have to keep Greymon awake against his will, because we do have to make it up to where Meteormon is before we can let Greymon sleep. Not much resistance from Tyrannomon. So, well, the reason why I want to battle Meteormon is because I would like to learn Meltdown. Greymon is capable of using and learning Meltdown. Meteormon... Well, Meltdown is one of the techniques that Meteormon uses, and so I would like to battle Meteormon because, well, not only because it's compulsory for making it up to 100 prosperity points, but also because I want to learn Meltdown, and by saving just before the battle, if I'm unsuccessful with learning Meltdown, which I probably will be, then there's the option of me reloading the game where I can keep trying to learn Meltdown against him. And he does also use Magma Bomb, which is a technique that Greymon can learn and use, but fortunately we already know Magma Bomb, so there's no risk of us learning Magma Bomb against Meteormon since we already know it, and so there's no risk of Magma Bomb interfering with us trying to learn Meltdown. think I've gone to the wrong part. It would be handy to sleep before reaching the next hour, which is only a few ticks away. But if I sleep here, I am very close to Meteormon. Well, here we are for a battle where we have to win and have to learn a specific technique, the technique being Meltdown. Battle 1, Meltdown learned. And there is one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. Here it is. But I speeded the video up, so it was only very brief for you. And we are now in a position where we can recruit Tyrannomon. All we have to do is return to Tyrannomon and speak to him, and he'll then join the city afterwards. However, I'm not actually going to do that. Recruiting Tyrannomon is something that I'm going to put on hold, and the reason for that is the same as the reason why I chose not to recruit Frigimon, even though I had the opportunity to. Tyrannomon is one of the Digimon who works at the restaurant, and the stat boosts that you get from eating his food appeals to me less than the stat boosts that you get from eating Miramon's food. I want Miramon, for the time being, to be the only Digimon working at the restaurant, and I want to put on hold recruiting any other Digimon who works at the restaurant. I put on hold recruiting Frigimon, and I've put on hold recruiting Tyrannomon as well. But we've done all of the initial stuff that needs to be done in order to recruit Tyrannomon. All we have to do is return at any time, speak to him, and he'll then join the city afterwards. We've done the hard bits by defeating Tyrannomon and Meteormon in battle. I came here with the intention of learning Meltdown. I'm okay with putting Tyrannomon's recruitment on hold. The only thing I am annoyed about really is the fact that by not recruiting Tyrannomon, well, until we recruit Tyrannomon, we won't be able to speak to Nanimon at the Dino region, because recruiting Tyrannomon is what causes Nanimon to feature at the Dino region. So speaking to Nanimon at the Dino region will also have to be put on hold until after we recruit Tyrannomon. So the accessory that he drops, which enables you to carry 20 items instead of 10, that will have to wait until we see to him at a different location. For the time being, I have to continue with 10 items, but it is a no items challenge at the end of the day, so we shouldn't need too much in our inventory. I mean, most of the stuff that goes into my inventory ends up getting sold. Now, very conveniently, we've been able to make it back in time to feed Greymon. We also managed to make it to the toilet in time in the Dino region. Greymon only wanted to eat once that time. And what better time than to get Ninjamon out of the way, thus enabling us to use the Digimon bridge without the risk of encountering him anymore. Because at the moment we can't use the Digimon bridge without encountering him here, but by defeating him and recruiting him, we will take away that problem. And he doesn't like fire, so this should be straightforward. As I suspected. Just, I could use the shortcut to get from Vile City to the Digimon Bridge and proceed from the Digimon Bridge to the Tropical Jungle, but I wouldn't be able to go down to Kunamon's bed without getting into a battle with Ninjamon. And if I was in the if I was at Kunamon's bed and I wanted to go to the Tropical Jungle or use the shortcut back into Vile City, then I wouldn't be able to make it up the Digimon Bridge without getting challenged by Ninjamon. But now that we've defeated him, we don't have that problem. The only problem we have is the random Digimon that roam around here. We do have to make sure that we avoid those. We've been able to recover 1000 MP by using the vending machine, and we can rest to recover our HP. And it will help with our MP that little bit more. I had a quick meltdown because there are battles where Meltdown would be the ideal technique to use. Before I leave File City though, it would make the most sense to wait until Greymon wants to eat, then I can eat at the restaurant and then leave the city to move on to the next bit of progress that I would like to make. Well, we can pass a bit of time by training. Okay, the food bubble is there. Well, our age is now 10, so we are sort of around the sort of time where Digivolving would be a possibility, but our weight is 80, which is not within the range of 60 to 70, and our discipline isn't high enough either. Seeing as Greymon is a vaccine Digimon, I thought it would make sense to make the most of the ability to enter the Ice Sanctuary without any hassle, and those 3 Digimon who you have to battle in order to be able to recruit Angemon, I think that Greymon and Meltdown is the ideal combination, and it was good of Greymon to tell me that he wants the toilet now so that it's easy enough to backtrack to the toilet rather than wait until we're in the middle of the Ice Sanctuary before he lets me know that he needs the toilet, and by then it's too late to go back to the toilet and we're guaranteed to have him mess on the floor. Instead, we were able to backtrack without any difficulty. And yes, Greymon and Meltdown is the ideal combination when fighting those Digimon. They are vulnerable to fire, and Meltdown will hit all 3 of them at once. Meltdown is a technique that works best against multiple enemies, especially multiple enemies who don't like fire. There we enter without any issues at all. Thanks to a glitch, you can enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon. I mean, you're meant to only be allowed to enter Ice Sanctuary with a vaccine Digimon, the same way that you're meant to only be able to enter Greylord's mansion with a virus Digimon. Greymon is a vaccine Digimon, which means that he can enter Ice Sanctuary no problem, and it is meant to only be vaccine Digimon that can enter Ice Sanctuary. But there is a glitch which does enable you to enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, so Virus Digimon or Data Digimon. So it's not like it's impossible to enter Ice Sanctuary with a Digimon who isn't a vaccine type. But by having... I've just decided to take out Meltdown, just in case I accidentally get into an unwanted battle. I can... rather than waste MP using Meltdown, I can, you know, run away or try to see the battle through with just Spitfire. But by having Greymon, a vaccine Digimon, it saved me from having to use the glitch to enter Ice Sanctuary, as I was able to enter Ice Sanctuary the natural way. I now put Meltdown back in. These Digimon are prone to hitting each other, and with Meltdown it shouldn't take long to win this battle. I thought that it would be a bit more efficient on my MP to finish off the last remaining Digimon with Spitfire rather than Meltdown. Meltdown uses 318 MP, which is somewhere between 10 and 11 Spitfires. Spitfire's 30 MP, so 10 Spitfires would be 300, 11 would be 330, so 318 MP, that's the equivalent of somewhere between 10 and 11 Spitfires. Meltdown does 400 damage, Spitfire does 66, 10 Spitfires would be 660 damage, 11 I think would be 726, so it does seem that it works out more when it comes to MP consumption, it does seem to work out better to use Spitfire instead of Meltdown. But probably not Spitfire instead of Prominence Beam. Unless you're up against a Digimon who has attacks that stops Prominence Beam pretty easily, but doesn't win against Spitfire. By using Spitfire, also you'll consume less MP before you get a finish, and the finish could do a high amount of damage, so that's something to keep in mind. Having recruited Angemon, I'm now returning to the city, and it shouldn't be too long until Greymon wants to sleep. If there's the opportunity to eat at the restaurant, then that's an opportunity I'd like to use. The same with if there's the opportunity to train. Because when we sleep, we will recover HP and MP, so I don't think there's any need to worry about resting at the clinic. And one battle that is on my mind is the third Olgamon battle, the battle that takes place in Friesland at the secret beach cave, where you're up against Olgamon, Warusidramon and Gabumon. I probably will take a fair bit of damage from that battle, and will probably use a fair bit of MP. But by sleeping beforehand, I'll go into the battle in the best possible condition, and if I win the battle, then depending on the state that I'm in, you know, how much HP I've got, how much MP I've got, I can then decide what to do next. I might consider myself to be in a fit state to have other battles, or I might decide that it's best just to return to the city before considering any more battles. When Greymon wakes up, it will be at the time that Kokatorimon features at the Misty Trees. That's something to bear in mind. There's the Garulamon at Friesland. I don't want to recruit him anytime soon, since he's one of the restaurant Digimon, but there's no harm in at least getting the first battle out of the way. There's the Gabumon at the Misty Trees, there's Patamon at Gear Savannah. Garulamon and Kokatorimon will probably prove to be tough fights, but Gabumon and Patamon shouldn't be too bad. Well, it's pretty much a case of eat at the restaurant, then head straight for the secret beach cave. Birdramon can take us to Friesland, and from there we can make our way to the secret beach cave. There's about 20 minutes of the hour left. I want to sleep before reaching the next hour, but we don't need to sleep at this exact second. We've got about 15 minutes or so. So might as well at least travel as far as we can before sleeping. It'll be good to get the third Olgamon battle out of the way. It results in Waymon joining the city, which will make Factorial Town accessible for us. I think it's also... oh, I didn't want to get into a battle. I think it's also... Oh, I've got Meltdown equipped, haven't I? I hope I don't use it. Okay, well, I only used Spitfire. I didn't get attacked, so all I lost was 30 MP. Plus a bit of time from running away and the loss of happiness and discipline. I have a feeling that defeating Olgamon for the third time is what results in Nanimon spawning at the Olga Fortress, and in which case getting the third Olgamon battle out of the way will mean being able to speak to Nanimon for the first time, and he'll drop the accessory that will enable us to carry 20 items instead of 10, and it will also be the first step towards recruiting Nanimon, the first of 5 steps. And also Olgamon will then feature at the drill tunnel, where we can battle him for the 4th and final time, and he'll join the city afterwards. I imagine that we're all going to take a lot of damage in this fight, myself included. Let's see how it turns out. Okay, that didn't go too badly. And I used a lot of MP. That can be recovered with the vending machine at Tropical Jungle. It's a bit of a way to travel from here. Well, I certainly won't be fancying my chances against Garulamon or Kokatorimon, but if I head to Misty Trees from here, then I can at least win against Gabumon, or at least I should think so. There's a Gabumon Gabumon's not far away, Patamon's not far away. I would think that I can recruit at least one of those Digimon before my MP runs out. And another unwanted battle. My happiness and discipline's really getting affected by this. Good thing I took out Meltdown when I did, because that eliminated any risk of us wasting 318 MP on a Meltdown. Instead, we only wasted 30 with a Spitfire. Well, if we're going to be heading to the Misty Trees, then we're not going to be able to feed Greymon. And even if we were to attempt to travel back to the city from here, I don't think we would make it in time. We would only have an hour and a half from when Greymon first started to signal for food. So I think I'm going to just ignore the food bubble and just carry on. Well, thanks to Kokatorimon being present, we didn't have to make it past any Digimon in that area. My MP was 1200 and something ahead of the fight. It's now 906. So the battle cost us 300 plus MP. Patamon has half the amount of HP and probably has worse stats overall. So it might be plausible, the idea of defeating Patamon with about, well, needing about 300 MP or so in order to bring Patamon's HP down to 0, but you do have to defeat him 3 times. So I'm sort of in a position where I'm able to use about 300 MP for each battle against Patamon. That's 10 Spitfires, but I might also get finishes. I reckon it's going to be close, but I think we can do it. Because even if we end up like using 300 MP and let's say that Patamon blocks a load of attacks and so he still has a fair bit of HP left, we could just keep our distance until our finish gorge fills up and then use our finish to defeat him. Let's see how it goes. We used exactly 300 MP, so that battle was just right. Do that 2 more times and we would have just scraped through recruiting Patamon. That time we went 30 MP over, one of our Spitfires got stopped with Dynamite Kick, a couple missed due to Patamon moving around, so we've got 9 Spitfires left inside of us. the last Spitfire that we used, I mean the very last one that we were able to use, I mean the Spitfire that brought our MP down to being too low to do any more attacks, was the Spitfire that defeated Patamon. So we just about made it. We were not in a position to do any more attacks, so if I didn't defeat Patamon with that last Spitfire, then I would have had to have waited until getting a finish. But we did defeat him, so we just barely succeeded. Well, I'd like to go back to the city from here. I won't be able to use the shortcut where you cut through the drill tunnel, and that's because Olgamon is there. Olgamon's in the drill tunnel. That eliminates the possibility of cutting through drill tunnels, so I've got to use the longer route when heading back to the city. The vending machine can recover our MP no problem. If I have any concerns about my HP, then I can rest. Well, out of the battles that I have access to, I would say that the 4th Olgamon battle is probably the easiest. Easier than Garulamon and Kokatorimon. Easier than Guromon. Easier than Mumemon, Pixiemon or Metal Mumemon. Meltdown would be the ideal choice when battling Olgamon for the 4th time, since there are multiple Digimon that you're up against, Olgamon and 2 Ogumons. One Meltdown would be enough to take out the Ogumons, and shouldn't need too many in order to take out Olgamon. We are approaching... No, wait, this is Angemon. What does he have to say? Tyrannomon, Frigimon, Garulamon, all 3 are Restaurant Digimon, and so I don't want to recruit any of them. As I was saying, we are getting close to the time... well, one of the times in which the shift change at Factorial Town takes place, but we're not heading to Factorial Town. I'm heading to the secret beach cave to collect the Misty Egg and sell it. The shift changes at the Factorial Town. One takes place at midnight, the other takes place at midday. Midday is only about an hour and a quarter away, so we are close to one of the shift changes at Factorial Town. but if I was to go to Factorial Town and make it past the Guardromons, then I really wouldn't be in a fit state to battle Guromon. So Factorial Town is something that gets put on hold for the time being. The vending machine in the tropical jungle, that's something that we really need to make use of before doing anything else. And I am sort of heading to that vending machine, but I'm also tying something else in with it. I've had Birdramon take me to the Great Canyon, and from here I'm heading to the Olga Fortress because I believe Nannymon will be there, and in which case I will be able to speak to him, and then from there I can return to the city on foot, and when I pass through the tropical jungle I can stop at the vending machine and recover my MP. And it was very convenient that we were able to eat just before leaving, because we should make it back to the city before Greymon wants any more food. Nannymon is here, as I thought. The other locations that Nannymon shows at, Dino Region, well that's off limits until after we recruit Tyrannomon. Toy Town, that's off limits until after we defeat Worumantsimon and recruit Muntsimon. The sewer, that's off limits until after we defeat Guromon and Numamon, and then return to Andromon after he's recovered the data. And then Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, that's off limits until we have a minimum of 45 prosperity points so that we can physically enter Leomon's Ancestor's Cave. And then if we take the stone, give it to Leomon, recruit Leomon, I think Nannymon then spawns at the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave. I'd say that probably will be the next time we see Nannymon. I suspect it will be at the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, and then I suspect that will probably be followed by the sewer. Toy Town and the Dino Region won't be until much later, I would think. costs 1800 MP to 1800 bits to recover 1000 MP, so if I was to recover 3000, which should be more than enough, then that would be 5400 bits, which really isn't a tremendous amount. I did a lot of sort of money farming early on, and the amount of money that I spend on the restaurant is a lot higher. So yeah, I really don't begrudge spending a bit of pocket change getting my MP topped up. Best save though, just in case something goes terribly wrong. I mean, this is me at the end of the day, so disaster is always on the cards, as far as I'm concerned. So next stop is the drill tunnel. Defeat Olgamon and the 2 Ogumons, recruit Olgamon, and then the drill tunnel shortcut will be available to us. Again, not that I'll be using it a tremendous amount. turned out we didn't really need Meltdown, since Olgamon was quick to take out the 2 Ogumons with Tremor before we had used a single Meltdown. I then decided to use Moderate, so I attacked Olgamon with Spitfire, then had a finish, and then used Meltdown for the last bit of the battle. And I must have calculated that I had a minimum of 45 prosperity points due to my decision to head straight from where I was here to the Leomon's ancestors' cave. "45 prosperity points is what you need in order for there to be the next article on the Shaomon notice board, which is connected to Vadermon, article number 8, which says about an alien Digimon. Vadermon is another Digimon, though, who I don't want to recruit, because I don't want any Digimon other than Miramon working at the restaurant at the moment. Vadermon's most expensive food boosts HP and MP by 30 and attack, defense, speed and brains by 3. I mean, a lot of people would probably consider that to be better than boosting attack by 5 and brains by 3. But the food item costs a lot more. It costs 9,000 bits, whereas the food item that I buy from Miramon costs 3,500, which is less than half the amount, not much more than a third, in fact. And also, in my experiences, the food item that Vadermon gives you seems to be more filling, because my Digimon tend to get full from eating just one lot, whereas from eating Miramon's food, Greymon usually eats 2 or 3 times, and so often I'll get 10 attack and 6 brains, or even 15 attack and 9 brains. With that in mind, Miramon was my preference over Vadermon. When I speak to Leomon here, there is one bit of text that I have to go through slowly, like with when talking to Meteormon, and I have to go through the text slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing. And as you saw, I speeded the video up so that it was very brief for you. So after collecting the stone and then using the drill tunnel shortcut to get to Gear Savannah, I'm now heading back to Leomon's ancestors' cave, because I believe Nannymon will be there, and Greymon wants to sleep. I don't want to sleep just yet, though. I want to be in the city, or at least near the city, when sleeping, because when I wake up, I think it would be a good idea to try and make the most of the opportunity to battle Kokatorimon. So when I wake up, I'm only going to have a limited amount of time in order to get to Misty Trees before Kokatorimon is no longer available. And if I sleep at the city, then I can have Birdramon take me to the Misty Trees and then go to where Kokatorimon is. Have to waste another hour, so I need to take Greymon to the toilet, and it looks like he wants the restaurant as well. The battle against Kokatorimon shouldn't be an easy one. He does have quite good stats. He uses Megalospark, which is faster than Prominence Beam and would do quite a bit of damage against Greymon. Megalospark can also paralyze. So with the wrong sort of luck, the Kokatorimon battle is a battle that could go terribly wrong. Prominence Beam is what I want to be having as my attack, not Meltdown. And my decision was to sleep here just in case I was to do really badly at the Kokatorimon battle and then continue to do badly when reloading and trying again. And it occurred to me that just in case I was to not have any joy at all with the battle and conclude that I'm probably not in a position to beat Kokatorimon, then at least by sleeping at the Birdra transport instead of going to the Misty Trees first and then sleeping, I could, when reloading, I could choose to go somewhere else instead. despite the fact that I did win, I'm sure you agree that that was a battle that could have gone either way. Megalospark did over 1,000 damage against me. I got paralysed early on, and if my luck had been worse, then I definitely could have lost that battle. And now we have to head all the way back to the city on foot. We'll take the Misty Trees to the Gecko Swamp, to the Gear Savannah, to Mount Panorama, to the Drill Tunnel shortcut, from Mount Panorama to the Drill Tunnel entrance, to the Native Forest, to the city. And if I'm to consider any tough battles, then my HP and MP are going to need to be recovered quite substantially before I commit myself to the battles. If I was to choose to recover by sleeping, then that would mean having to see the whole of this day through, and then sleeping and then not getting around to the battle until this sort of time tomorrow. Or I could just rest a load of times. For every 2 times that you rest, you recover 1,000 HP and MP. So 4 rests would recover 2,000, 6 rests would recover 3,000. So with enough resting, we could definitely commit ourselves to a tough battle before needing to sleep. And then after the battle, we could then sleep and recover our HP and MP, and then commit ourselves to another tough battle. Well, the shift change at Factorial Town is pretty much 6 hours away, so I'm thinking... Wait, is it, or is it 7 hours away? 6 hours away. Yeah, 6 hours away. So I'm thinking we should have time to rest at least 4 times, recover 2,000 HP and MP, then go to Factorial Town at the right time and make it past the Guardromons, and then I can either try my chances against Guromon, or if I'm not feeling hugely optimistic, then I could make it past the guards and then return to the city. And since we would have made it past the guards, it would mean that the guards would no longer be there, the Guardromon would no longer be there, and it would be random Digimon instead, and the rest of Factorial Town would be available to us at any time. So it'd pretty much be a case of making it past the Guardromons to get them out of the way, and then returning to the city and then going back to Factorial Town at a later point in time and be able to go straight to the deeper parts of Factorial Town. That's 4 rests, and with the shift change only about an hour and a half away, I think that's enough resting for now. We can take Greymon to the toilet, we can save. He might end up wanting food before the shift change, and if we've got time to stay in the city and feed him at the restaurant and then make it to the right part of Factorial Town in time for the shift change, then I have no objection with that. We don't have to rush, but we also haven't exactly got buckets of time to be throwing away. So I do need to be sensible here. And his appetite has kicked in. I thought that it would make sense to head to the restaurant, see if his appetite kicks in. If it does, then feed him and then go to Factorial Town. If it doesn't, then once there's about half an hour left until the shift change, that would be, well, wait until there's about half an hour left until the shift change, and if he's not signalling for food, then head to Factorial Town. But Greymon's appetite kicked in before we even made it to the restaurant. We're going to have a bit of time left over, so we'll just loiter for a few minutes. There's no guard, and we can carry on. I won't deny that I was worried about the battle against Guromon, since my HP wasn't at its fullest, and with the wrong sort of luck, the battle against Guromon could prove to be very problematic. His DG dimension would do an awful lot of damage. His delete program has a good rate of causing flattening. If I was to get flattened, then I would be barely able to do any damage. I wouldn't be able to evade any attacks. And Guromon does have pretty good stats overall. So I was worried about the battle. And I did, there, my HP's more than 2,000 away from being full. I did consider not battling Guromon and returning to the city and resting and coming back when my HP is fuller. But in the end I decided to try my chances. Luck was very much on my side. And, well, based on how the battle went, I kind of feel like the worrying was completely unjustifiable, but it could have been a different story had my luck been different. The attacks that Guromon chose to use and the timing worked out very well, because I only got hit once, and that was as I defeated Guromon. Apart from that, I didn't take any damage. I stopped all of his attacks, and I kept hitting him with Prominence Beam, and I managed to take him out. So I was very pleased with how that battle went. And up next will be the battle against the very feeble Numamon, who is usually the weakest and most beatable Digimon in the game. But is it possible that under these restrictions there is the possibility for this to, ironically, prove out to be a difficult battle? The answer is no. There's no potential for this to be a difficult battle. I don't appreciate the amount of money that I get for defeating Numamon, but I do appreciate the amount of money that I will get from selling the MP chip. But I suppose it's understandable that I only got 100 bits, considering how much of a cakewalk Numamon is. Having defeated Guromon and Numamon and recruited Numamon and then spoke to Andromon again, with the exception of Metal Mummemon, we have done as much as we are currently able to do in Factorial Town, and I'll have to return later on to see if... well, return later on once it's been long enough for Andromon to recover the data, and then that will create the opportunity to recruit Andromon and Guromon, as well as speak to Nanimon at the sewer, which I think will be our third time of speaking to Nanimon. I haven't yet spoken to him at Toy Town or the Dino region, but I have spoke to him at the Olga Fortress and the Leomon's Ancestors Cave. And Metal Mummemon is another thing that hasn't yet been done. You know, I will need, at some point I will need to return to Factorial Town to try and defeat and recruit Metal Mummemon. My HP and MP isn't that great, but the good news is it's not long until Greymon will want to sleep, so once we recover our HP and MP from sleeping, I then will have a golden opportunity to try and have a battle with a Digimon. I had access to Leomon's ancestor's cave, which meant that my prosperity points would have been at a minimum of 45. Leomon would have put it up to 47. Numamon would have put it up to 48. I'm struggling to remember if there's anything else I've done since then. But if we're not currently at 50 prosperity points or more, then we must be very close to 50 prosperity points, and that will mean being able to battle Airdramon and Etamon. There's Metal Mumemon, who I mentioned. There's his metalless cousin, Mumemon. I think those are Digimon who I could win against, realistically. You know, with Greymon in this lifespan. I'm less confident about Piximon, but I'm not going to be doing everything in this lifespan with Greymon. There is another lifespan ahead of us. My decision was to go to Friesland and try my chances with the first Garulamon battle. Obviously, I'm not going to recruit Garulamon just yet because of the complications with the restaurant that I've mentioned more than once throughout this challenge, but I don't see any problem with defeating Garulamon the first time, so that when the time is right to recruit him, I'll only have to defeat him once more in order to be able to recruit him, because the first battle would already have been done. Garulamon is a risky Digimon to challenge when your own Digimon is Greymon. It's fire against ice, which means that my attacks are effective against Garulamon, but his attacks are also effective against me. So we're both like strong against each other, but also vulnerable against each other, which is what, in my opinion, makes it a risky fight. There's nothing exciting to see here for the time being. It's just me returning to the city and I was eager to move on to the next battle sooner rather than later, and so instead of waiting until needing to sleep as a way of recovering HP and MP, my intention was to rest at the clinic after returning to the city. I'm just in my head going through the available Digimon. Mumemon is a Digimon I would fancy my chances against. Apart from full power, he only has Buster Dive and Megaton Punch. I think Prominence Beam should fare quite well in that battle. Metal Mumemon, I think he'll be tougher. He has All Range Beam, Pulse Laser, and Metal Splinter, but I think that winning against Metal Mumemon is certainly realistic. Piximon I'm not so confident about. Certainly it would be possible to defeat him if luck was to be on my side, but it's also plausible that if luck wasn't to be on my side, then he could thrash me pretty badly. If he was to use Bug and do like 1,000 damage or so and flatten me, and then get me with another Bug, then, you know, that's gonna do a lot of damage. Danger Sting can also flatten. Confusion Storm can cause confusion. So Piximon was a Digimon I was less confident about. I'm here to rest, but I do need to keep an eye on Greymon's appetite, as well as whether or not he's in need of the toilet. Okay, I do have enough prosperity points for Airdramon to show up, which also means that Etamon will be available as well, because you need 50 prosperity points for Etamon. That's also the number of prosperity points that you need for Airdramon, but you do also have to speak to Digimon so that he mentions about Mount Infinity, and then when you leave his house you get confronted by Airdramon. Well, I've managed to take out Airdramon and make Mount Infinity available to us. Judging by my HP and MP, if I'm to commit myself to any more battles on this day, then it would surely be very advisable to do a load of resting beforehand. Because I think we've had all of the easier battles that we're going to have throughout this challenge. I think most of the remaining battles that we're going to have are going to be against the tougher Digimon. They're going to be against ultimates and powerful champions. I think we're past the days where we're going to be fighting rookies that have 500 HP or whatever. Okay, we need to go to the restaurant. I felt safe to rest twice in succession, because even if Greymon signalled for food after the first rest, the second rest would only consume 1 more hour. So we would have had half an hour to make it to the restaurant. And Greymon went to the toilet just before the Airdramon battle, so it was obvious he wasn't going to need the toilet after just one single rest. Need to be careful though, because we are now getting... Yeah, he does now need the toilet. I was about to say, we can't be too far away from when Greymon would next want the toilet, and so I did have a bit more caution, and it was a good thing that I did. Greymon's appetite probably isn't far away from kicking in. We're also not far away from when Greymon will want to sleep. But I was eager to get another battle out of the way before sleeping. Or the resting brought my HP and MP up to nearly being full. So sleeping at the moment wouldn't make much difference at all. So I thought that it would make... So I was thinking it would make sense to get a battle out of the way, since my HP and MP are close to being full. And if the battle drains my HP and MP, then I can recover it straight away by sleeping, and then after sleeping I can then commit myself to another battle, because sleeping would have recovered my HP and MP, if not fully, then certainly it would have recovered the majority of it. So from here I head to Mount Panorama with the intention of trying to get Mumemon to show up. And I was aware that there was a strong chance that Greymon would want to sleep before I would be successful with getting Mumemon to show up, and the plan was to keep Greymon awake against his will, because I wanted the battle to take place before sleeping. When I entered this area here, I was worried about Vadermon, but then I remembered that I hadn't read the article number 8 about the alien Digimon, so I didn't have anything to worry about. And I anticipated for a frustrating time with trying to get Mumemon to show up, which was completely unnecessary because it only took 2 tries. Not that I'm complaining, of course. I was very pleased to have been successful with getting him to show up so promptly. Mermaidmon certainly isn't a weak Digimon, and his full power makes him even less weak, but a disadvantage that he does have is the fact that he is slow. Yeah, when it comes to moving around, he's slow, which is probably down to the fact that he's small. And his attacks are close range attacks, so it's really not that hard to avoid his attacks by using the distance command at appropriate times, as you saw in the battle. I avoided a few of his Megaton punches by keeping my distance, and he was coming at me just before I used my finish, but since he needed to get to within really close range in order to be able to use Megaton Punch, which is what he was trying to use, I managed to have enough distance in order to use my finish, and that did enough damage to defeat him. We have until the end of the hour before we need to put Greymon to sleep, and that does give us time to take a few shots at trying to get Metal Mermaidmon to show up. Okay. That really wasn't as bad as it could have been. But even though I'm saving with Metal Mummemon on the screen, if I was to lose and reload, then Metal Mummemon probably wouldn't be here anymore, and I would have to grind for him again. I did win the battle, but certainly lost a lot of HP from it. So it looks like I was right to be more cautious of Metal Mummemon than Mummemon. And I go to Andromon to see if he's recovered the data. He has. So if we hear him out and then speak to him again, he'll join the city. And I believe that Nanimon will now be in the sewer, and we can recruit Guromon as well. If we return to where Guromon was, then he would have recovered, and if we simply speak to him, he'll then join the city afterwards. I am starting to run out of things that I can do with Greymon. Mount Infinity is something that I strictly wanted to put on hold until after I was completely done with the Ice Sanctuary, Olga Fortress and Greylord's Mansion. Reason being, when you go to Mount Infinity and defeat Machinedramon, when you return to the game afterwards, Machinedramon will be at the back dimension, and the back dimension will either be at the Olga Fortress, Ice Sanctuary, or Grey Lord's Mansion. And if you need to go to one of those places, but it's the back dimension, then you have to defeat Machine Dramon in order for the place to go back to normal. So if the Olga Fortress is the back dimension, then in order for you to be able to go to the Olga Fortress and for it to not be the back dimension, you have to defeat Machine Dramon at the back dimension. And in this challenge, with the restrictions that we've got, that is a battle that we really need to be avoiding. So if we make sure that we are fully done with Grey Lord's Mansion, Ice Sanctuary, and Olga Fortress before we defeat Machine Dramon at Mount Infinity, then we don't have to worry about the back dimension, because we don't need to go to any of the 3 places. We are done with the Ice Sanctuary. We've recruited Angemon and collected all of the items at the Ice Sanctuary. We're done with the Olga Fortress. We had the second Olgamon battle there. We recruited Xiaomon and we spoke to Nannymon there. We're not done with Grey Lord's Mansion. We haven't recruited Skull Greymon yet, and we're not currently able to enter Grey Lord's Mansion because Greymon is a vaccine type and not a virus type. You need a virus type in order to be able to enter Grey Lord's Mansion. So I need to do Grey Lord's Mansion before Mount Infinity, but Grey Lord's Mansion isn't possible in this lifespan because Greymon's not a virus type, and I intend for Greymon to fade away as Greymon and not for him to digivolve to an ultimate, despite the fact that both of the ultimate Digimon that Greymon can digivolve to are virus types. I want for Greymon to fade away, and then in my next lifespan I'll have a different Digimon, and that's when I will see to Grey Lord's Mansion. So Grey Lord's Mansion and Mount Infinity are both off limits at the moment. But there is still Etamon and Pixiemon. There is also the second Garulamon battle, but I don't want to recruit any different restaurant Digimon yet. And it's because of that why I also won't be recruiting Vadermon, Tyrannomon, or Frigimon until later on. I don't believe I had any plans to challenge Piximon in this lifespan, but Etamon was a Digimon who I had in mind. But at the moment I'm working on my stats, and it's my defense that I'm working on, because I think all my other stats are plenty good enough. I just wanted to get my defense a bit better. Greymon's age is 14, so he can't have much life left inside of him. He's 14 and we're in the second half of the day. We might make it up until when Greymon wants to sleep. And if we do sleep, then when he wakes up, he will surely fade away on the next hour. Because he'll be 15 when he wakes up. Our defense isn't exactly good, but it is at least better than it was. Okay, we have made it up to Greymon wanting to sleep. Biggest concerns about the Etamon battle is the fact that he attacks you before the battle starts, so you enter the battle with your HP not being full. He does have good stats. His war cry gives him better stats. But he only has Dynamite Kick and Buster Dive. we just about have time to collect the brain chip and return to the city. But I'm sure this hour is going to be Greymon's last. As expected, Greymon's life is over. Pink egg, please. I've got it all planned out. The baby Digimon who's hatching from the egg, the in-training Digimon that I'll Digivolve to, the rookie Digimon I'll Digivolve to, the champion Digimon I'll Digivolve to, the ultimate Digimon I'll Digivolve to. That is correct, I am going to be going the whole way in this lifespan. I'm going to Digivolve all the way through to an ultimate Digimon. Start off at the beginning with a baby Digimon who happens to be Euromon. Digivolve to an in-training Digimon who obviously will be Tainomon. And then Digivolve to a rookie Digimon who will either be Palmon or Betamon. Or will it be Kunamon? Well, it has to be one of the three Digimon. And then Digivolve to a champion and then an ultimate. And I don't enjoy being the bearer of bad news, but I am pretty much just going to be training from here until Digivolve into the ultimate Digimon that I'm after. And the training will continue beyond even that. So for a fair amount of time, it's just going to be me training at the green gym, eating at the restaurant, using the toilet, sleeping, resting, grabbing sirloins, and just repeating the process. going to be going like that as a baby Digimon, as an in-training Digimon, as a rookie Digimon, as a champion Digimon, and even as an ultimate Digimon. It can't be fun to watch, but in this challenge I need to rely on stats and techniques as well, I suppose, because I can't rely on items, so stats are crucial, techniques are very important as well, so the training has to be done in order to achieve the best possible stats, and the training will also contribute towards my Digivolutions, as will eating at the restaurant and using the toilet, because that will impact weight and will also impact care mistakes and bonus conditions as well, all of which is important because it's all conditions that affect which Digimon you digivolve to. But when it comes to baby Digimon digivolving to in-training Digimon, there are no conditions or requirements. The Digivolution happens after 6 hours, so Euramon can only digivolve to Tainomon unless you fill the virus gorge with Euramon, and in which case it would digivolve to Sukamon instead. But putting Sukamon out of the equation, baby Digimon can only digivolve to their in-training form. There are no conditions that need to be fulfilled apart from the number of hours that need to pass. As for digivolving from in-training Digimon to rookie Digimon, I think that stats is the only significant thing, because I think that unless you have Tainomon and you have attack as your highest stat and your weight not within the range of 10 to 20, then you're in training. When you have an in-training Digimon, you will always fulfill 3 of the requirements for a rookie Digimon, and what will determine the Digimon that you digivolve to is your stats. According to the guide that I was following, in order to digivolve to Palmon, you need either your brains to be the highest stat or your speed to be the highest stat. In order to digivolve to Betamon, you need your defense to be the highest stat. Attack isn't a condition for either of the 2 Digimon. And I've also been advised that apparently if your MP is the the highest stat, then you will digivolve to Palmon, regardless of the other stats. So, if you're aiming for Betamon, then you might also need HP to be superior to MP, as well as defense being superior to the other stats. And judging by the fact that I've trained my HP and haven't trained my MP and am working on my defense, that might lead to the idea that I'm aiming for Betamon to be my Digimon, aiming to digivolve from Tainomon to Betamon. There is, of course, the possibility of Kunamon, but not in this instance. Betamon is the rookie Digimon that I am aiming for. So I'm trying to ensure that my defense is superior to my attack, speed and brains when it's time to digivolve, and also that my HP is superior to my MP. But I do have to be careful though, because I wasn't just thinking about Betamon, I was also thinking ahead, thinking of the champion Digimon that I was aiming for, and the requirements for that champion Digimon, plus the requirements for different champion Digimon, requirements which I don't want to fulfill because I don't want those Digimon. And stats is one of the conditions, and but there were certain stats that needed to go over certain thresholds in order for me to fulfill the stat requirement for the champion Digimon that I was aiming for. However, I also needed to take caution to keep certain stats under certain thresholds in the interest of not fulfilling the stat requirement for different champion Digimon. The intention was to fulfill at least 3 of the requirements for the champion Digimon that I'm aiming to digivolve to, and fulfill no more than 2 of the requirements for any of the other champion Digimon. And I was okay with my HP and MP exceeding 1,000. There were no issues there. And I was okay with my attack and speed exceeding 100. No issues there either. But one thing that was crucial was to keep my defense and brains under 100, and well, that was a bit of an issue because I needed my defense to be the highest stat in order to digivolve to Betamon, so I had to, you know, train my defense so that it was superior to my other stats, but I needed to ensure that when digivolve into Betamon and when training Betamon, my defense had to stay under 100. And there was also my brains as well, and one thing to watch out for is that eating at the restaurant does cause my brains to go up slightly, and I needed to make sure that my brains stayed below 100 as well as my defense, but there were no issues with any of the other stats. My speed is way below my defense, so no harm in training that. Need to be careful with my attack. It's not far behind my defense, and eating just twice more at the restaurant would cause my attack to overtake my defense. And I don't want to have to train my defense any further. Ideally, Tainamon will digivolve before she needs to eat again. Failing that, I'd have to, well, if I want to keep my attack below my defense, I would have to either not feed her or eat something cheaper at the restaurant so that my attack doesn't get boosted by as much. The most expensive food boosts it by 5. I think the second most expensive food boosts it by 3, and then the cheapest food boosts it by 1. But I don't have to worry, we are digivolving. Well, unless we digivolve to Palmon, then we do have to worry. But if we digivolve to Betamon, then all will be okay. We have digivolved to Betamon, and now the training continues, and here onwards it is about working towards digivolving to the champion Digimon that I'm aiming to digivolve to, who happens to be Seedramon. Seedramon is the champion Digimon that I would like to Digivolve to. The only stat requirements for him are to have HP and MP at 1000 or more. The other stats are irrelevant, and in the interest of avoiding, well, in the interest of not wanting to fulfill the conditions for other champion Digimon, I had to keep my defense and brains under 100, but there was no issue with attack or speed. So HP, MP, attack and speed, those stats I can train until my heart is content, but defense and brains are a different story. I'm just looking at the Digivolution guide. I mentioned Seedramon, 1000 HP and MP. Care mistakes need to have a minimum of 3. So I will be having care mistakes, and that will either mean having Betamon mess on the floor, or not feeding Betamon. I don't want to not feed him, because I want the benefit of the stat boost that comes from eating at the restaurant, but then if brains gets close to 100, or if weight becomes an issue, then that might, influence how I go about getting those care mistakes. But 3 or more care mistakes are needed. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I can't imagine my weight being below that target. I think that, if anything, I might have difficulty with stopping my weight from exceeding that range rather than failing to reach it. And one of the bonus conditions is to have a maximum of 5 battles. We will be fulfilling the bonus condition because we won't be having any battles. We can fulfill the stat requirement, no problem. And then there's the care mistake requirement and weight requirement. I don't see any issue with the care mistake requirement. The weight requirement is the only one that I can think of that might not be easy. Betamon can also digivolve to Waymon, requirement 1000 HP, 100 brains, so that's why I need to keep brains under 100. Care mistakes, you're allowed up to 5. I'll probably fulfill that requirement. I don't think my care mistakes are going to exceed 5. Weight has to be between 35 and 45. So I need to try my best to have my weight within the range for Seedramon, but not Waymon. And one of the bonus conditions for Waymon is for your discipline to be a minimum of 60%. Worst case scenario, I can praise Betamon until his discipline is below 60%, so that way I won't fulfill the bonus condition for Waymon. Betamon can also digivolve to Shellmon. Requirements 1000 HP and 100 defense, so that's why defense has to stay below 100. Care mistakes 5 or more. I can't see myself fulfilling that. Weight 35 to 45, same as Waymon. One of the bonus conditions is to have Betamon as your Digimon, so I am obviously going to fulfill the bonus condition. And then the other Digimon that Betamon can digivolve to is Colamon. Stat requirement 100 defense, so another reason why we need to keep defense under 100. Care mistakes, it's the same as Seedramon, 3 or more. Weight, it's the same as Seedramon, 25 to 35. And one of the bonus conditions is the same as Seedramon, a maximum of 5 battles. So by fulfilling the care mistake requirement, weight requirement, and bonus condition for Seedramon, we will also be fulfilling those conditions for Colamon, but by having our HP and MP above 1000 and our defense below 100, we will be fulfilling the stat requirement for Seedramon and not Colamon. Problem with needing to train MP is that doing so also boosts your defense, and my defense is very close to 100. Very typical, our MP is just 1 away, while the rest of the MP can come from having 1 go at training brains. That has put our brains closer to the dangerous number of 100. And eating at the restaurant will put it even closer. So that's something we have to be mindful of. But HP and MP are both 1000 or more. And I can go further with HP and MP if I want. But there is also attack and speed. There's no harm in raising those stats. We're not fulfilling any of the requirements for any of the champion Digimon that I don't want to digivolve to by training our attack and speed, and those are particularly useful stats. I was thinking ahead, and I was also thinking about the ultimate Digimon that I was hoping to digivolve to, and the conditions for that Digimon. So while I was working towards getting the stats for Seedramon, and just getting the best possible stats in general for helping with simply succeeding with the challenge, I was also thinking about the stat requirements for the ultimate Digimon that I was hoping to digivolve to. I don't have to rely solely on the gym for training my attack, because there's the restaurant as well, and for that same reason we don't have to rely solely on the gym for training our brains. We do need the gym for our other stats. HP and MP are very important. Attack, speed and brains are very important. Defense is less of a priority to me, but since I'm aiming to digivolve to an ultimate Digimon, I do have to fulfill all of the stat requirements, which includes defense. So I can't just neglect my defense if I want to digivolve to a specific ultimate Digimon, which I do. We are also boosting our speed by training our attack. When we train our HP, we'll boost our attack at the same time. Our weight is 30, which is okay, because the range is 25 to 35. Do need to keep it below 35 though, because I remember 35 to 45 being the range for one or two of the champion Digimon that I don't want to digivolve to. Brains is 92, so we can only eat at the restaurant twice more. or if we're going to choose the most expensive food, then we can only eat twice more. It is possible for Bitamon to eat twice from just one food bubble. And just, when I was playing, I was putting a lot of thought into it. The restaurant was going to influence weight and stats, and the decision not to eat at the restaurant would influence care mistakes. So stats, weight and care mistakes were all sort of riding quite heavily on the restaurant. So if I need to boost my weight, then eat at the restaurant. If I need my weight to go down, then don't eat at the restaurant. If I can afford for my brains to go up higher, then eat at the restaurant. If I can't afford for my brains to go up higher, then don't eat at the restaurant. If I want a care mistake, then don't eat at the restaurant. If I don't want a care mistake, then eat at the restaurant. It was just a lot of thoughts going through my mind, a lot of things that I was having to consider. But when I was checking the Digivolution guide and reading out the conditions, I wasn't able to watch myself. I wasn't able... The recording that you're watching, that I'm currently watching while adding commentary, I wasn't able to watch the recording while I was checking out the Digivolution guide. But I know Bitamon has definitely messed on the floor at least twice. So that's a minimum of 2 care mistakes. If those are the only ones, then a 3rd care mistake is needed. Actually, wait, didn't I mess on the floor when training attack, mess on the floor when training MP, and mess on the floor when training speed? If so, then that's 3. So I have, if I'm right about that, then I have made it up to 3 care mistakes. Of course, the condition is 3 or more, so I don't see any harm in going up to 4. I ate different food that time because I was mindful of my weight. So I chose the cheaper food because it doesn't boost your weight as much. Might be a good idea not to go up to 5 care mistakes though, because I do remember one of the care mistake requirements for one of the Digimon being 5 or more. So by going up to 5 care mistakes, I would be fulfilling the care mistake requirement for that Digimon, as well as Seedramon as well. I remember one of the with the different Digimon I was looking at, I remember one of the care mistake requirements being 5 or more. I remember one being 5 or less. I remember 2 being 3 or more, Seedramon being one of them. So if you were to have 5 care mistakes, then I guess you're fulfilling the care mistake requirement for all 4 of the Digimon that Betamon can Digivolve to. Because by having 5 care mistakes, you're having 5 or more, you're also having 5 or less, and you're having 3 or more. If I am at 3 care mistakes, then it should be okay to have 1 more. Because regardless of whether I have 3 care mistakes or 4 care mistakes, I'm fulfilling the requirement for 3 or more, and it doesn't change the fact that either way I would be fulfilling the requirement for the Digimon where the care mistake condition is 5 or less, and either way I wouldn't be fulfilling the requirement where the condition is 5 or more. My suspicions came true, though, that with the weight, the bigger issue would be trying to stop it from exceeding the range of 25 to 35, rather than having a struggle to get it up to the range of 25 to 35. I've had to rely on, the cheaper restaurant food to boost my weight by less. And it's also become necessary for keeping my brains under 100. Where did you evolve in? Well, I was about to rest, but it turned out not to be necessary. And Seedramon is the Digimon that I've Digivolved to. with that hurdle out of the way, it's now all about digivolving from Seadramon to the ultimate Digimon that I am aiming for. There are, well, excluding Vadermon, there are 2 Digimon that Seadramon can digivolve to. One of them is Mega Seadramon and the other is Megadramon. I believe that all champion Digimon are capable of digivolving to Vadermon, which obviously would include Seadramon, but I'm not aiming to digivolve to Vadermon. Now, considering I need to enter Greylord's mansion so that I can recruit Skull Greymon, a Digimon who hasn't yet been recruited, and seeing as I would need a virus Digimon in order to be able to enter Greylord's mansion, and seeing as Megadramon is a virus type, whereas Mega Seadramon is not a virus type, I would think that it's self-explanatory which Digimon I am aiming to digivolve to out of Mega Seadramon and Megadramon. In the city here, I am continuing to train in the Green Gym because there are stat requirements in order to digivolve to Megadramon. So I need to work towards getting the stats that I need. I will continue to eat at the restaurant, so I'll continue to get an increase of attack and brains every time I eat at the restaurant. HP, attack, defense, speed and brains are stats that I will continue to train here at the city in the Green Gym, whereas MP is a stat that I plan to train at the Trash Mountain near Gear Savannah, because the stat boost that you get from training MP at Trash Mountain is far greater than the stat boost that you get from training MP in the city. But the other stats I will train in the city. And if I take a look at the Digivolution Requirements, Megadramon, you need 3000 HP, 5000 MP, 500 attack, 300 defense, and 400 speed and brains. So those are the stats that I need to get. Care mistakes, you're allowed up to 10, so you either need 10 care mistakes or less. I am currently fulfilling that requirement. Weight has to be between 50 and 60, and then bonus condition, either a minimum of 30 battles or a minimum of 30 techniques. I'm not currently fulfilling either of those, and I don't particularly want to have 30 battles, so I don't particularly want to have to do what needs to be done in order for me to fulfill the bonus condition for Megadramon, and if I don't fulfill the bonus condition, then I will have to fulfill all 3 of the other requirements: stats, care mistakes, and weight. The only issue I can foresee is that Seadramon does appear to be a Digimon who eats a lot, and from eating at the restaurant, my weight is probably going to be well above 60 if I continue to eat like I am. Since it's a no items challenge, I can't give Seadramon anything to lower his weight, such as super carrots or prickly pears. So it probably is going to be necessary to sometimes not feed Seadramon in order to manage his weight, or to feed him restaurant foods that don't boost your weight as much, which cost less but also don't boost your stats as much. It's okay to sometimes not feed him, but every time I don't feed him, that's going to count as a care mistake, and I'm only allowed a maximum of 10, so I do need to be careful and observant, because I don't want to screw up with the weight or the care mistakes and then leave myself in a position where I have to fulfill the bonus condition and have a minimum of 30 battles. As for Mega Seadramon, there's no requirement for HP or speed, but you do need 4000 MP, 500 attack, 400 defense, and 400 brains. I believe the defense requirement for Megadramon was only 300. I'm just checking that. Yes, 300. So if I only get my defense up to 300, don't get it up to 400, then I won't fulfill the stat requirement for Mega Seadramon, but will fulfill the stat requirement for Megadramon. Care mistakes 5 or less. I'm probably going to go over 5, because I'm probably going to skip feeding Seadramon quite a few times. Weight 25 to 35, I'm going to be well over that. One of the bonus conditions is to have no battles. I'm currently fulfilling that. But that alone won't result in me digivolving to Mega Seadramon. I'm currently fulfilling the care mistake requirement, but probably won't for too much longer. So yeah, those are the requirements. I think weight is the condition that's probably going to cause the biggest issues. If I was allowed, like, more care mistakes, then it would be less of a problem, because I could get away with not feeding Seadramon more times, but that's not the case. So yeah, care mistakes and weight, they're the only sort of potential problem. Because if I was to not have any care mistakes, then my weight is going to go well above the requirement, and then I would have to have 30 plus battles in order to digivolve to Megadramon. And then if I was to keep my weight within the range of 50 and 60, and I was to not feed him whenever feeding him would result in the weight going above 60, then I'm sure that the care mistakes would exceed the limit of 10, and then I again would have to fulfill the bonus condition. Megadramon, he has Machine as his first nature, Ice as his second nature, and Battle as his third nature, and he is a virus type, so we'll be able to enter Greylord's Mansion with him and recruit Skull Greymon. Then we will be done with Greylord's Mansion, as well as being done with Ice Sanctuary and the Olga Fortress, so then there will be no issues with completing... well, there'd be no issues with going to Mount Infinity and defeating Machinedramon, because the back dimension won't be relevant, because we won't need to go to Greylord's Mansion or Ice Sanctuary or the Olga Fortress, because we'll already be done with those places. So yeah, no issues in that respect. But Greylord's Mansion does have to come before Mount Infinity. We're already done with the Olga Fortress and Ice Sanctuary. We won't need to use the Ice Sanctuary skip in order to enter Ice Sanctuary with Megadramon, because we've already completed Ice Sanctuary. We went there with Greymon and recruited Angemon. I am going to Trash Mountain from here. I used Waymon to take us to Factorial Town, and I'm going to use the shortcut where we cut through from Factorial Town to Gear Savannah. I believe that shortcut becomes available after you speak to Andromon after recruiting Numamon. We've already done everything in Factorial Town, so the shortcut will definitely be available. Gear Savannah. From here we can go to Trash Mountain, train our MP a bit, and then return to the city. I think the requirement for Megadramon was 5,000 MP, which is a lot. Well, quite a lot, I would say. So we're probably not going to be able to do it in just one visit to Trash Mountain, but with enough visits we will be able to get our MP up to 5,000 from training at the Trash Mountain, and get the other stat requirements from training at the Green Gym and eating at the restaurant. Since Attack and Brains is going up from eating at the restaurant, I think it makes more sense to train the other stats first, get the other stats to the required amounts, and then from all of the eating that we would have done at the restaurant, we would have gone some of the way with Attack and Brains, and then we can see to Attack and Brains by training them while also eating at the restaurant. I'm not feeding Seedramon because I'm not in the city, and I'm being mindful of my weight as well, so I'm choosing not to feed Seedramon. That will count as a care mistake. I'm just sticking to the Trash Mountain and training my MP, but I'm going to Gear Savannah just to use the toilet. Now I'm returning to Trash Mountain. I don't want Seedramon to mess on the floor because that would be a care mistake, and then that would be one less time that we can get away with not feeding Seedramon. I want to reserve the care mistakes for not feeding Seedramon, and I don't want to waste one of them by Seedramon messing on the floor. So I need to make sure I always take Seedramon to the toilet so I don't get any of the care mistakes from Seedramon messing on the floor. The Trash Mountain is strange because the food bubble isn't going away, it's staying, so I suppose we haven't reached the end of Seedramon wanting food because the bubble is still there, so I suppose it hasn't registered as a care mistake yet, because I believe that it doesn't register as a care mistake until your Digimon stops signalling for food. Normally, when your Digimon signals for food, you have an hour and a half to feed it. If an hour and a half passes and you don't feed your Digimon, then it stops asking for food, and that counts as a care mistake. In Trash Mountain, it seems to be different because I was repeatedly training, and the bubble remained, and until the bubble goes away, I suppose it doesn't count as a care mistake. Anyway, we've used the toilet twice now since being in this area, and Seedramon can't be too far away from being tired. So instead of going back to Trash Mountain, I'm going to go back to the city, and on a different day I will return to Trash Mountain so we can continue training MP. Unfortunately, even if we do successfully digivolve to Megadramon, the training still won't end because I still need to have very good stats, and getting the necessary stats for Megadramon won't get me the stats that I'm after. You know, I'm pursuing even better stats, so the training will have to continue even after digivolving to Megadramon, should we be successful with the Digivolution. So training will continue further, and if we digivolve to Megadramon, then I believe that the techniques that we will have will be Metal Splinter, Giga Freeze and Winter Blast. I'm not satisfied with those techniques, and so I will aim to learn a different technique with Megadramon. There is a specific technique in mind, and that's something that I will get around to at some point after Digivolving to Megadramon, if all is good and we do successfully Digivolve to him. Our weight has gone down a fair bit, which is good. But I don't think it will take long for it to go back up. Going to the Trash Mountain again at some point will surely help with managing our weight, getting our weight lower. And we are, due to go to the Trash Mountain again. Because our MP isn't as good as it needs to be. So that's something that has to be kept in mind. Our weight is currently within the range, as are our care mistakes, but our stats are not, and the bonus condition isn't, so we're only fulfilling 2 of the requirements, and we haven't had Seedramon for long enough in order for him to be capable of Digivolving. So there's not much point in getting excited about the fact that 2 of the conditions are currently being met, because we're not fulfilling 3 of the requirements and we haven't had Seedramon long enough in order for him to Digivolve. So even if we were fulfilling all 4 of the requirements, he wouldn't Digivolve until we've had him for long enough. I think you have to have a champion Digimon for 6 days before it can Digivolve to an ultimate. I do remember during a different video that I did for this game, a different playthrough. I can't remember if it was one of my overpowered runs for this game or if it was one of my challenges for this game, but I do remember mentioning about a no items challenge that I was thinking about doing, which is what I'm currently doing now, and I said that I didn't plan on doing it all in one video that I wanted to break it down into lots of different parts. I said that that was what I was intending on doing. I'm not sure what video it was when I said that, but I did definitely say that, and obviously I ended up changing my mind. I didn't stick to my word, although at the time it was my intention to do things the way I said I would do them. I ended up changing my mind and wanted to do the whole thing in one video instead. And that has been how I've done things lately with the overpowered runs and the other challenges that I've done for this game. You know, sort of since the year 2022, it has been a case of me, you know, doing it all in one video. You know, one really big video rather than breaking it down into like 30-minute parts and having like 20 videos or 30 videos or whatever. I've just preferred to do it with the fewest possible number of videos. Having said that though, there is currently a limit with YouTube videos. Each YouTube video can only be a maximum of 12 hours long. And this challenge, the video at the moment, although it's currently all in one video, it's over 13 hours long, so I will actually have to break this video down into 2 parts, and I can think of 2 other videos that haven't yet been uploaded, which are also over 12 hours long, so they'll have to break down into at least 2 parts each. This video will have to break down into at least 2 parts each. I'm trying my best to keep the number of videos to a minimum, so if the video is less than 12 hours, then then there's the option of me doing it all in one video. But if the video is over 12 hours, then I'm going to need at least 2 videos because of the limit. In the past it's been different, and so there are videos that are longer than 12 hours long, but they were uploaded when the limit was different. The rule of no more than 12 hours, that applies to videos that we try to currently upload, and it doesn't apply to videos that have already been uploaded, which are more than 12 hours long, and they were uploaded when the limit was different. So here I am back in Trash Mountain to continue with training MP. We can train until Digimon wants to sleep, then we can sleep here, and then after we wake up we can train even more. So Digimon wants food, and I imagine that the bubble is going to stay, and when we sleep the bubble is still going to be there. And if you sleep, like if your Digimon wants to eat but it also wants to sleep, and you sleep but without feeding your Digimon, I don't actually know if it still counts as a care mistake or not. I don't know if by like sleeping, I don't know if you like avoid it counting as a care mistake or if it still counts regardless. I don't actually know. But it's probably best to count it as a care mistake just in case. Well, once we're done with Trash Mountain for the day, our weight probably will go down a bit, which is good news, because then we can, afford to eat at the restaurant without the concern of our weight getting too high. Our weight can't get too low because it still has to be 50 or more, but it can't get too high because it also has to be 60 or less. It has to be within the range of 50 to 60. He needs the toilet again, so we have to head to the toilet in Gear Savannah, and our MP is virtually there. It's not necessary to return to Trash Mountain after using the toilet, because we can see to the rest of our MP at the Green Gym, no problem. So from here we will head back to the city. And for some reason Seedramon's appetite doesn't seem to be kicking in today. Digimon do, in my experiences, Digimon do sometimes like go a day without wanting food. And sometimes when I let my Digimon sleep and and then the sleeping causes me to skip feeding the Digimon, or if I sleep when it wants to eat, sometimes that results in the Digimon not signalling for food on the following day. That could be what's happened to Seedramon, or it could just be down to the weirdness of the Trash Mountain, and now that we're out of the Trash Mountain, Seedramon might end up signalling for food once a bit of time has gone by. Before we do any more training, I think it would be wise to rest. We did train quite a few times at the Trash Mountain, so tiredness can't be too far away, I would imagine. I rested twice because since I haven't fed Digimon today, haven't eaten at the restaurant, his tiredness was probably higher, because when I eat at the restaurant food causes tiredness to go down, and because of that I was usually only resting once in a day. But because we were at Trash Mountain, we didn't feed Digimon at the restaurant, so I thought his tiredness might be higher, so I decided to rest twice instead of once. So HP and MP are both sorted. I probably didn't need to train my MP though, because my MP will go up when training brains. So... oh, Digimon is now signalling for food. Oh, what a strange world. Yeah, when training brains, that would have caused my MP to go up as well, and probably to a good enough extent in order for our MP to reach the target of 5,000, but that didn't seem to occur to me at the time. Well, defense isn't going to go up by itself, so we best train it. It's not like the restaurant is going to help it in any sort of way. So we have to train defense the only way that we can train it, which is what we're doing. I mean, it would go up a little bit by training MP, but our MP is where it needs to be. Training defense will also boost brains. The restaurant will boost brains plus attack. So when we're done training defense, hopefully we won't have too much further to go with the rest of our stats. And I was kind of pleased that Digimon only ate once, because that meant that our weight only went up by 4 instead of eating 3 times where the weight goes up by 12, or 2 times where the weight goes up by 8. I don't have the Digivolution guide in front of me anymore, and I don't want to get it back up, but I remember HP needed to be 3000, MP needed to be 5000. I believe that speed needed to be 400, and defense needed to be 300. I think attack needed to be 500, and I'm struggling to remember what brains needed to be. I think it was either 300 or 400, but when I was playing I knew what the requirements were, so whatever the stat requirements were, I will be fulfilling them. Weight is 59, so it can't go up much more. I mean, using the toilet will put it back down, sleeping will put it back down, not eating will cause it to not go up. But I'm limited with how many care mistakes I can have, and therefore I'm limited with how many times I can not feed Seedramon. I can choose to eat the cheaper food. The most expensive food that I eat boosts weight by 4 each time you eat. I think the cheaper food, the cheapest food, I think boosts weight by 2. And if I was to take a guess, then I imagine that the middle priced food would boost your weight by 3. So I could eat the cheapest food and boost weight by half the amount, but attack and brains will only go up by 1 instead of attack going up by 5 and brains going up by 3. Weight is 67, so it needs to go down. With my discipline being full, I could get away with training once more before going to the toilet, but in the interest of wanting to maintain my weight, I need to let Digimon use the toilet as much as possible. So I want to take him to the toilet as soon as he needs to go. Going to Digimon to retrieve the day's sirloins and then sleep, wake up on the following day and retrieve the next lot of sirloins, and I won't be going to the restaurant and feeding Digimon because our weight is already too high. Weight is still over the limit, so I'm going to continue training and not feed him. Got the distance and change target commands. Using the toilet will put the weight back down to being within the range of 50 and 60. But we have to try our best to keep it there. And it looks like 400 brains was the requirement, because I'm continuing to train brains even though it's over 300. Well, I ate the cheapest food that time, so attack and brains only went up by 3 instead of going up by 15 and 9, but then our weight only went up by 6 instead of going up by 12. So our weight is 62, 2 over the limit, instead of 68, 8 over the limit. And Centaurimon seems to think that my tiredness is fine. sure about that, Centaurimon? Are you sure Seedramon isn't the tiniest bit tired from all the training that he's done today? Unless I'm mistaken, attack and brains are the only remaining stats that need to go up. So, like intended, I left them until last because the restaurant will go some of the way with getting the necessary stats. But the restaurant won't be able to do it alone, especially with us needing to watch our weight. So I am needing to train attack and brains. But you know, we're not that far away. We don't have to do too much more training. Eating the cheaper food is definitely helping. The occasional care mistake of not feeding Seedramon, that's helping as well. The trips to Trash Mountain seem to help a lot with managing our weight, but with our MP being where it needs to be, there's no advantage in going back to Trash Mountain. Go away, food bubble. I don't want to see you. And that's 400 brains. Isn't Seedramon a clever boy? Isn't Seedramon a clever, clever little boy? 400 brains. My weight's at the top of the threshold. Using the toilet will put it down, but then it will go straight back up if I then go to the restaurant. The decision was to not feed him, fair enough. As long as I don't exceed 10 care mistakes, then all should be okay. Now our attack is just one away. weight is 4 under the limit. So if we go to the restaurant and eat the cheapest food just once, then our weight will still be within range of 50 and 60, and our attack will go up to 500, which means that all of our stats will meet the criteria. So by all logic, he should digivolve if we've had him for long enough. And he is digivolving. Megadramon it is. We've got the ultimate Digimon that we were after. Our lifespan will be extended by, I think it's 4 days. Stats have gone up since we've digivolved to an ultimate. I think Giga Freeze is the best of my current techniques. He wants to sleep so we can, sleep and save and wake up fresh. And since we can't digivolve any further, since we have an ultimate Digimon, we no longer have to worry about fulfilling any requirements. So when Megadramon wants to eat, we can eat until our heart is content, get the stat boosts from the restaurant, get the increase of happiness and discipline, the reduction of tiredness, have our weight go up, it won't matter. We don't need to keep our weight within any limits, we don't need to have a certain number of care mistakes. We can just focus on training Megadramon and getting the best Megadramon that we can get. Get the best stats that we can get. There is, progress that needs to be made. We have to enter Greylord's mansion and recruit Skull Greymon, which requires defeating Tekamon and Skull Greymon. We have to defeat and recruit Pixiemon. We have to go to Toy Town, defeat Boru Muncimon, then recruit Muncimon, and speak to Nannymon at Toy Town. We have to defeat and recruit Garulamon when the time is right, and then we can also recruit Tyrannomon, Frigimon, and Vadermon. I think we've done all the initial requirements and are able to recruit those Digimon. It's just about when I'm okay with other Digimon working at the restaurant. And when we do recruit Tyrannomon, we'll also need to speak to Nannymon at the Dino region on the spot that Meteormon was on. So speaking to Nannymon at the Dino region and Toy Town will result in Nannymon joining the city, since we've already spoke to him at the Olga Fortress, Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, and the sewer. And then there's Mount Infinity, where we've already battled Airdramon, but we have to defeat Devimon, Megadramon, Metal Greymon, Machinedramon, Digitamamon. So there is a lot of progress that does need to be made. There are a lot of Digimon who need to be defeated, a lot of recruitments that need to be made, and my intention was to do it all with Megadramon, do it all within this lifespan. But I do also need to devote time to training, so I need to tie training in with recruiting these Digimon. And I also need to learn the technique that I want to learn. The technique that I want to learn is Ice Statue, and my plan is to try and learn it from the Ice Devimons in Friesland, and I will use Giga Freeze against them. So I will, defeat them. Giga Freeze will be the technique I'll be using, and I will aim to learn Ice Statue from them. Megadramon has Ice as his second nature, so the odds on learning Ice Statue aren't as good as they would be if we were using a Digimon who has Ice as their first nature. But nonetheless, it is possible to learn Ice Statue with Megadramon, just not as easy as it would be if Megadramon had Ice as his first nature. And when I caught Seadramon at the Dragon Eye Lake, instead of just catching him once and requesting friendship, I caught him 4 times, requested friendship the 4th time, so that I was given the blue flute and went to Beetle Land and recruited Kawagamon and Carbuterimon. The first 3 times I asked for Seadramon to teach me a technique. He taught me Aqua Magic the first time, Winter Blast the second time, and Giga Freeze the 3rd time. Those are the only techniques that he can teach you. And the reason why I wanted to learn those techniques was because when you battle the Ice Devimons in Friesland, as well as using Ice Statue, they also use Giga Freeze, Sonic Jab and Warcry, and Megadramon, out of those techniques, Megadramon is capable of learning and using Ice Statue and Giga Freeze. So the reason why I wanted Seadramon to teach me Giga Freeze was to get it out of the way so that when battling the Ice Devimons, Ice Statue would be the only technique that I could possibly learn from the battles, so there was no risk of Giga Freeze getting in the way and interfering with my efforts to learn Ice Statue. I wouldn't be able to learn Giga Freeze from the battles because I've already learnt Giga Freeze by being taught it by Seadramon. Ice Statue is the only technique that can be learnt from the Ice Devimons. When I did learn the techniques from Seadramon, Giga Freeze was the only technique that I was interested in, but in order to learn Giga Freeze, you have to get Aqua Magic and Winter Blast out of the way first, so I needed him to teach me Aqua Magic and Winter Blast so that he could then teach me Giga Freeze. The only alternative would have been to have learnt Aqua Magic and Winter Blast a different way, so that he would then straight away teach me Giga Freeze, since I would have already known Aqua Magic and Winter Blast. But that wasn't the case. If I didn't learn Giga Freeze from Seadramon, then I would have to have learnt it either from training or from battling. It was easier just to learn it from Seadramon. In my opinion, I would say that I probably consider Ice Statue to be the best technique in the game. It's powerful, the damage is over 400, it's fast. Considering its power, Ice Statue is fast considering its power, and it's powerful considering its speed. Usually weaker attacks are slower and stronger attacks are faster, and when you consider how powerful Ice Statue is, it's very fast for its strength, and it's very strong for its speed, if that makes sense. So Ice Statue is powerful, it's fast, it's good at interrupting attacks. It's not easy to interrupt Ice Statue. Value for MP is very good. Off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly the MP consumption, but I know it's under 200. And Ice Statue also has a fair rate at causing paralysis. And Ice Statue is the technique that I'm going to be using against the Digimon that I'm going to go up against. And I consider it to be the best technique in the game, so that's why I've gone about the game in a way where Ice Statue is the technique that I'm going to be using when facing the toughest of Digimon. Now the Ice Devimons only feature during nighttime, which I think is between 7 PM and 6 AM. So I'll have to go to Friesland during those times in order for Ice Devimon to be an available Digimon to battle. Megadramon is active during those times, and it's around 6 AM when he wants to sleep, and he wakes up shortly before 6 PM. So if I was to sleep and wake up, I would then have to pass a bit of time to bring it up to 7 PM, and then Ice Devimons will be available in Friesland. I wanted to see where my prosperity points were up to, but if I was to find out, then it would be very slow, because instead of just telling me which Digimon have joined the city, Digimon would mention about Mount Infinity first every time, and it would take a long time to go through it all, so I thought, never mind, I'll find out about my prosperity points later on when I wouldn't have to have him mention about Mount Infinity beforehand. And I have come to Friesland because I would like to try and learn Ice Statue. So here we go. We need Ice Devimon to use Ice Statue, or for there to be an attempt for him to use it, and then it will be possible for us to learn it. Can't kill him until he uses Ice Statue. There it is. So the battle's won. Ice Statue got used. But I didn't learn it. So I'll have to try again. Use Ice Statue. How am I meant to kill you if you don't use Ice Statue? Ice Devimon, if you don't mind, I'd like to kill you. Ah, thank you, now I can kill you. And reserve MP by using my finish in order to go about it. No joy this time either. And I am restricted with how many battles I can have because my HP is under half. I need to keep my HP above 0 in order to stay alive, and I'm not allowed to recover HP with recovery items, so I do need to be careful. I need to learn my statue sooner rather than later, and being paralysed is not helpful. Still needing to use Ice Statue. There it is. Still no joy, and my HP is getting very low. I need him to use Ice Statue, and I'm not sure my HP's high enough to survive it. Now it's definitely not. I need him to use Ice Statue, and I need to block it. Otherwise I'm dead. Oh, I blocked it. And I defeated Digimon. This really is my last chance. I can't have any more battles. Oh, Mega's injured. Oh, but I have learned Ice Statue. Okay. HP is extremely low. Megadramon is injured, but I have learned Ice Statue. So from here, I need to return to the city. I need to go to the clinic and get my injury treated, and then I can go back to doing more training, because I am in no fit state to fight, not with my HP being where it is. So do more training, then recover HP and MP from sleeping, and then there's the option of training further or committing myself to making progress with recruiting Digimon. If I remember rightly, Greylord's mansion was top of my priority list. I wanted to get it out of the way since I've got Virus Digimon, and get it out of the way before Mount Infinity, so then there'd be no complications with defeating Machine Dramon. Because back dimension wouldn't be a problem. Now, it'd be nice if I can make it to the restaurant in time so that I can feed Megadramon. If I do make it to the city in time before the food bubble goes, then I think I would go to the restaurant first and then the clinic. Well, my attack is looking pretty good. And with Ice Statue as my technique, I should do some pretty good damage. I think my speed is good enough in order for him to use Ice Statue quickly and frequently. MPs... My MP should stretch a fair distance. My brains is good enough so that I've got distance and defensive as commands I can pick if it's not a wise time to attack. I'm just thinking about my stats and what I should focus on. It's very important to have high HP because of how powerful some of the opposition is going to be. I mean, defense will help as well, but HP is certainly crucial. Attack and speed are very important, as is brains, but I think my brains is good enough. Then MP, well, my MP's good, but you can never have too much MP. It's not tomorrow. Is it not? Have I been given sirloins today? Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, in the time that it took to make my way over to Digimon, Megadramon then decided that he wanted to eat. Well, after I sleep, I think I would be in a fit state to make a start with the remaining progress that needs to be made, but before I leave the city, it would be ideal if I train until Megadramon wants to eat, then eat at the restaurant, then go and do progress. It's just, I want to feed Megadramon as much as possible because of the benefits. And I don't want to, you know, be elsewhere and for Megadramon to want to eat and me be unable to go to the restaurant because I'm not in the city. So I kind of want him to want to eat when we're in the city and not want to eat when we're outside of the city. Well, the fact that I'm saving makes me think that this is the point where I make a start with progress after eating at the restaurant. My HP and MP are very healthy at the moment. You know, I'm certainly fit to do some battles. And then, if I then find myself in a position where I'm not fit to battle any further, then either I rest or I sleep. But it's over 6 hours away until the sort of time when Megadramon typically wants to sleep. So from here we are heading to Greylord's mansion, and we will need to battle and defeat Tekamon and Skullgreymon. I believe that our MP should be good enough in order to see those 2 battles through. And our other stats should be good enough in order for us to survive. What I say about my MP being good enough, well, I suppose MP and attack. MP so that you can do attacks, and then attack so that your attacks do an adequate amount of damage. So I need to, once I enter Greylord's mansion, I need to go to where my Altismon last was when we spoke to him, and your character will notice that my Altismon isn't there. just through here. And there's no sign of Myotismon. You have to read article number 6 on Xiaomon's notice board in order for Myotismon to be missing. And that's something that we did earlier on in the challenge. After realising that Myotismon isn't where he last was, you then have to go to where Myotismon was when you first found him, and your character will acknowledge that Myotismon isn't there either. So yeah, not here. Now we have to go back to the entrance of Greylord's Mansion as if we're attempting to leave, and then it will trigger a scene where Devimon features, and like with Meteormon and Leomon, there's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. So I go through the bit of text slowly, but I speed the video up so it should be very brief for you viewers. I think it's the bit where he says, "Say hi to Myotismon for me." Yeah, here it is. Now we can go through this door here, which we couldn't previously go through. It's not until after that scene with Devimon when the door becomes usable, and then you can make it to this area. And I was aware of the possibility of me learning full power from this battle. Statistically, I'm probably more likely to learn Devolve Program. Devolve Program didn't get used, so I think full power is the only technique that could be learnt. And I did learn full power, which is something that I wasn't dependent on. It's not something that I thought to myself, right, I categorically have to learn full power, but since I did learn it, I thought that it could be a bonus, it could come in handy. With the tougher battles, I could use full power to boost my attack, defense and speed during the battles. So, I thought, learning full power could prove to be bonus. No complaints with either of those two battles. HP is very high, MP is about half. It's easier to recover MP than HP because of the vending machine in the tropical jungle. So, no complaints at the moment. Well, that's Skullgreymon recruited, and Greylord's mansion usefulness is over. If I remember rightly, I did a terrible job at making it back out. I think I did successfully make it out without getting into a battle with these Digimon, but I think it does take me a long time before I eventually make it past them. Get out of my way, you stupid Digimon. He's about to run into me, so let's produce an animation. Hope that he moves away. Okay, got there in the end. Because normally after speaking to my Altusmon, you would just return to the city with an autopilot, but that's not an option when you're doing a no items challenge. Good timing for Megadramon to want food, because we have enough time to make it back to the restaurant, because the city is where I am now heading to. My brains is now over 500, so I've got the enabled technique, which would be helpful if I was to equip full power alongside Ice Statue with the intention of using full power in a battle. Because with the enabled technique I can either pick Ice Statue or full power, but if I didn't have the enabled technique then I would have to pick attack in order to do Ice Statue and moderate in order to do full power. But instead of just staying on the spot and doing full power, Megadramon would sort of run around a bit before using full power if I didn't have the enabled technique and had to rely on attack and moderate. But you lose the attack and moderate commands when you get the enabled technique, you still keep distance and change target and defensive, but you do lose attack and moderate. Well, I would like to move on to the next battle, but I'm choosing to sleep in the city, and I want to eat before I, leave the city and move on to my next battle. So pass a bit of time by doing a bit of training. Well, actually, I'm going to train for quite a while. Reason for that is because my next destination is Mount Infinity. From here, I plan to go to Mount Infinity next, and I would like to go at a specific time because I would like to go to Mount Infinity, and the plan would be to try and defeat Digimon, then proceed further, try to defeat Metal Greymon, and then have Megadramon want to sleep, so I then sleep after defeating Metal Greymon, and I will save while sleeping, and then I will have Machine Dramon ahead of me. I would have slept just before battling him, which would mean having full HP and MP, or if not completely full, then certainly mostly full, and I'll be able to save as well, so if I fail against Machine Dramon, then I'll be able to reload. So the plan is to train for a bit, and then when I'm, say, like a few hours away from when Megadramon wants to sleep, I then save at Digimon's house, enter Mount Infinity, make it up to Digimon, hopefully defeat him, and have enough HP and MP left over in order for me to fancy my chances against Metal Greymon. From Digimon, make it up to Metal Greymon, ignore Megadramon for the time being, battle and defeat Metal Greymon, and then sleep, save, battle Machinedramon, and hopefully win against him, of course. And then that would leave Megadramon and Digitamamon, who would be two Digimon in Mount Infinity that I would still need to defeat. Digitamamon is a Digimon who you can't battle until after you defeat Machinedramon. So I have to defeat Machinedramon before it's possible to battle Digitamamon. And Megadramon, it's up to you. You can defeat him before Machinedramon or after. It doesn't make a great deal of difference. And my intention would be to defeat Megadramon after Machinedramon, tie him in with Digitamamon. So Megadramon and Digitamamon are Digimon for later. The initial objective would be to defeat Devimon, Metal Greymon, and Machinedramon, and be very specific with my timing so that I can hopefully sleep before the Machinedramon battle. You have to defeat Devimon and Metal Greymon before Machinedramon, and after you defeat Machinedramon, Devimon and Metal Greymon will join the city, as well as Airdramon, who you would have defeated before entering Mount Infinity. And then after defeating Machinedramon, if you go back and defeat Digitamamon, he'll join the city after you defeat him. As for Megadramon, if you defeat him before Machinedramon, then he'll join the city after you defeat Machinedramon, whereas if you defeat Machinedramon first, then Megadramon will join the city after you defeat Megadramon. Okay, here we are. We've entered Mount Infinity. We have to make it through a few rooms before we make it into the room where Devimon is. And I would like to collect as many items as possible. They don't have any useful purposes apart from the money that I'll make from selling them, but I do like to try to collect as many items as possible. I do try to collect every available item in the game. I'm not talking about items that you find on the ground like Digimushrooms or Happy Mushrooms. I'm talking about like the fixed items, the items in the computers or whatever those things are. So I will be collecting as many of them as possible for the sake of feeling like I'm I'm struggling for words. I like to collect all of the items that are available. It's just something that I aim to do, so that's why I'm trying to collect all of the available items while proceeding through Mount Infinity, and it's been the way of things throughout the whole of this challenge. So here we are for the Digimon battle, and afterwards there is one bit of text I have to go through slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing. Well, that battle couldn't have gone much better. The bit where he says about not wanting a ruler, that's the bit I have to go through slowly. There it is. Video was speeded up. And that's the last time where I have to go through a certain bit of text slowly. It's the case with Meteormon in Dino Region, Leomon in Gear Savannah, and Devimon in both Greylord's Mansion and Mount Infinity. And I did not get that right. And I really can't be wasting MP in unnecessary battles. I decided to run since I ended up getting paralysed. But I need to watch out for my HP as well. But my HP is almost full, but my MP isn't too much more than half. Certainly I feel like I'm capable of defeating Metal Greymon and without the need of sleeping beforehand, and I'm really struggling to proceed. Metal Greymon has more HP than Devimon, but he's also more vulnerable to ice than Devimon is. Therefore, Ice Statue will do more damage against Metal Greymon than what it did against Devimon. So the fact that Metal Greymon has more HP doesn't necessarily mean that it would take more attacks in order to defeat him. We consumed less than half of our MP from defeating Devimon, so I would hope that the remaining MP is enough to defeat Metal Greymon. There's always the opportunity for me to use a finish should I run out of MP. But in the time that it takes for the finish gorge to fill up, I would be a sitting duck to the opposing Digimon that I'm up against. Not much difficulty with Metal Greymon either. So all good so far. Devimon and Metal Greymon out of the way, and I can sleep just before going up against Machinedramon. So hopefully I'll be at full strength when challenging him. I decided to put in full power just to give it a try and see what it was like. If I get defeated, then I can reload and battle Machinedramon again and take out full power if it wasn't helpful. And that's taken care of Machinedramon, the second toughest Digimon in the game. The toughest being Digitamamon, who we still have ahead of us. When I say that Digitamamon's the toughest, that's not including the Machinedramon rematch at the back dimension. The Machinedramon rematches at the back dimension, they are the toughest battles, but focusing solely on the Digimon you need to defeat in order to complete the game, make it up to 100 prosperity points, Digitamamon is the toughest, and Machinedramon is the second toughest. Well, when I return, Digitamamon will be available. Megadramon already was available, but in Mount Infinity there will be Megadramon as well as Digitamamon who need to be defeated. But Mount Infinity is something that I put on hold for the time being and focus on other recruitments instead. And it's this sort of time where Garulamon features in Friesland, the Garulamon rematch, that is. With the first Garulamon battle, he's available at any time, but with the rematch, there's only certain hours in the day when he is available, and he's available at the moment, and I decide that I was happy with how things were currently, and that I was okay with recruiting the restaurant Digimon, so that's what I'm doing now. I'm recruiting the restaurant Digimon, and I'm starting with Garulamon. And I decide just to have Ice Statue for the battle. So he'll now join the city and work at the restaurant. From here I can go straight to Frigimon and recruit him. We've already been rescued by Frigimon. That was something that was seen to earlier in the challenge. So we just have to return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate the cold. Megadramon ticks that box, so if we simply speak to Frigimon, he'll join the city afterwards. So we will now see to recruiting Frigimon. So out of the restaurant Digimon, that's Miramon, Garulamon, and Frigimon. That still leaves Tyrannomon, Vadermon and Digitamamon. So from here I'm going to head to the Great Canyon, head back from Friesland to the Great Canyon, then go from the Great Canyon to the tropical jungle, and then from there go to the Dino region and recruit Tyrannomon. Tyrannomon and Meteormon have both been defeated in battle. That was something else. Oh, I just run straight into a battle, that's annoying. Tyrannomon and Meteormon have both been defeated in battle. That was something that was seen to earlier on. I believe I had Greymon as my Digimon when I defeated them both, because I learnt Meltdown against Meteormon. And after defeating Mirrormon, I then left the Dino region because I didn't want any restaurant Digimon in the city apart from Mirrormon. But now I'm okay to recruit the other restaurant Digimon. So if I simply go to the Dino region, go to where Tyrannomon is, speak to him, Master Tyrannomon will show up, and Tyrannomon will then join the city. That will be him recruited, and from there I will have to go to where Meteormon was when I battled him, and Nannymon will be there. So I'll have to speak to Nannymon. That will be the 4th time that I would have spoken to him, and that will just leave Toy Town as the only other place where I have to speak to Nannymon. From there I can then go back to the city, and from the city I can go to Mount Panorama and recruit Vadermon. I have a feeling I haven't yet seen the article about an alien Digimon, article number 8 on Xiaomon's board, so I will have to read that article first and then go to where the crop circles are, and Vadermon will show up and then join the city. That still leaves Muntzymon, Nannymon, Pixiemon, Digitamamon, Megadramon. Those Digimon combined account for 13 prosperity points. Subtract that from 100 is 87. So once I've recruited Tyrannomon and Vadermon, if there are no other Digimon to be recruited, then my prosperity points will be at 87. If it is 87, then that means I'm not forgetting about any Digimon, but if it's less than 87, then obviously I have forgotten about a Digimon or a number of Digimon who haven't yet been recruited. But if it is just them, then the other battles that I need to have would be Woru Muntzymon. That's all that's needed in order to recruit Muntzymon and Nannymon. Then Digitamamon, Megadramon and Pixiemon. I think those are the only battles. So the text here is the same. It doesn't matter that there was a big gap between me defeating Meteormon and speaking to Tyrannomon. It's all the same nonetheless. Same as it would have been if I had spoken to Tyrannomon straight after defeating Meteormon. And now we need to speak to a certain bold filth Digimon. I was confident enough that from here I would be able to make it up to 100 prosperity points with Megadramon. So I was confident that I would be able to do the rest of the game before Megadramon fades away, so I wouldn't need to start over again with another baby Digimon and train myself up. So that's why I was okay with recruiting other restaurant Digimon. I might still do some training with Megadramon, but instead of only having Miramon, whose foods boost attack and brains, I didn't object to it being different Digimon with different foods. My attack is quite a bit ahead of my defense, speed and brains. So it occurred to me that I didn't really need to go any further with my attack. Defense was a stat that stood out as being a bit lacking in comparison. My HP and attack, they're miles ahead of the rest of my stats. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure if I can remember like all of the restaurant foods. I know Miramon's boost attack and brains. I have a feeling Tyrannomon's boost defense and speed. Garulamon's, I think, boost HP and brains. Frigimon's boost MP and speed. Vadamon's boost all of your stats. And Digitamamon's, sometimes they boost HP, attack and speed. Sometimes they boost MP, defense and brains. And sometimes they boost all of your stats. I recruited Garulamon before any of the other restaurant Digimon, but it's Tyrannomon who's working here. Yeah, defense and speed. I'd probably rather that, actually, just because my defense is low in comparison to some of my other stats. But next time I enter the restaurant, it's going to be a different Digimon. If I was to go in there now, then it would either be Garulamon or Frigimon. I'm picking up a scent. The scent of an alien. And I'm following the scent. It's coming from this direction, up in Mount Panorama. Right, back to the city we go. I do wish I'd stop accidentally collecting unwanted Digimushrooms. My remaining HP and MP is not brilliant, so if I don't want to play it risky, then I'll either have to rest a load of times or sleep before committing myself to one of the remaining battles. If I was to wait until Megadramon needs to sleep, and sleep as a way of refilling my HP and MP, then it would make sense to train in the meantime. And defense is the stat that I choose to train. It is the lowest. I don't think I would gain much from training further with speed or brains. Attack is well in the lead, so defense was my choice of stat. So depending on who's working at the restaurant, it's either going to be HP and brains that goes up, or MP and speed, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay, so HP and brains it should be. Yeah, HP and brains, I was remembering correctly. So next time I go in there, it will be Frigimon. Piximon, Digitamamon. Seems there's not a hint on Muncymon or Nannymon. $87 prosperity points, as I thought. So there are no more Digimon other than the ones that I mentioned. The fact I'm going to the Misty Trees probably gives away which Digimon I'm aiming to battle next. Muncymon being the Digimon, and I have timed it so that I want to sleep in the room that the clear Agumons are in. I want to progress with the Toy Mansion, and I want to make it past where the Toy Agumons are in here, and I did not do a good job at avoiding them. I then want to proceed through to where the Tankmons are, and then proceed through to where the clear Agumons are, and then sleep and save in that room. The reason for that is because if I had slept and saved before making any progress, then when using the doors that have question marks on them, 2/3 of them contain booby traps, and the booby traps cost you HP. So if I was to lose HP from the booby traps, then my HP wouldn't be full when going into the battle against Muncymon. So I want to make it through these doors, make it through the doors beyond the Tankmon, and then any HP that I lose from these booby traps should be recovered by sleeping and then there's only one more set of doors that I have to make it through. When you do go through the final door that takes you to the room that Worumunsimon is in, you immediately enter the scene where Worumunsimon shows up and then you battle him. You don't get the opportunity to go into your inventory beforehand, nor do you get the opportunity to sleep beforehand. So if I was to go straight through one of those doors now, I would go straight into the battle against Worumunsimon. So I'm going to sleep here, and worst case scenario, I'll fall victim to 2 booby traps. Or I get it right on the first try. Takes more than an evil teddy bear to stop Megadramon. He'll give us the gear, present the gear to the robot Digimon, Munsimon will join the city, and then Nannymon will be in this room on the exact spot that Worumunsimon is currently on. Return for Nannymon, speak to him, he'll leave, he'll drop the accessory that will enable us to carry 30 items instead of 20, and although there won't be a notification saying that he's joined the city, he will still join the city, and Digimon will mention that Nannymon joined the city. That will put us up to 91 prosperity points, and then Piximon will be my next target. We will have to return to File City on foot. I can either go to Freezeland and go through the Great Canyon and return that way, or I can go through the Misty Trees to the Gecko Swamp to Gear Savannah and then use the shortcut through to Factorial Town and then return to the city that way. I did lose a fair bit of MP when battling Worumunsimon, So before committing myself to Piximon, I think it would be a good idea to recover HP, and that will either mean resting or sleeping. Each rest will recover 500 HP, so every couple of rests will recover 1000 HP and MP. I don't really want to wait until Megadramon wants to sleep and then use sleep as a way of refilling my HP and MP, and then battling Piximon after waking up. I would rather rest and battle Piximon before sleeping and hopefully win, of course. If we can get Piximon out of the way, then all that will be left is Mount Infinity, Megadramon and Digitamon. I'm not 100% sure which way is quicker, but my decision was to go this way. And another unwanted battle. I'm less bothered about losing MP because I can just use the vending machine in the tropical jungle to refill it, no problem. HP's the bigger issue because that will mean needing to either rest or sleep. If we can make it to the restaurant in time, then it should be Frigimon who's at the restaurant. The only other possibility would maybe be Vadermon, but I think it will be Frigimon. And the food that I will pick, the most expensive one, should boost MP by 50 and speed by 2, if I remember correctly. It is Frigimon. Yeah, 50 MP, 2 speed. Well, I probably could win against Piximon if I was to challenge him here and now, but I would like to improve my chances by recovering HP and MP through resting. Have to take a pause from that though, because I need to let Megadramon use the toilet. It looks like 7 rests would refill my HP and MP completely. By that point we wouldn't be far away from when Megadramon wants to sleep. It might not seem productive spending much of a day resting, but in a challenge like this, when you need to recover HP, you can't use items to do it. You have to find a different way. So who's going to be at the restaurant now? Well, whichever Digimon it is that works late at night, I suppose, unless it's Vadermon. It's not Vadermon, it's Frigimon. I wasn't sure when I last was given sirloins by Vegemon, but it looks like I have collected sirloins today, which is no big deal because tomorrow is only a few ticks away. no longer night, it's now morning. So it might not be Frigimon at the restaurant anymore. Possibly Garulamon, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, Garulamon. Garulamon's food's more filling or something. Because they seem to fill Megadramon up in one. My HP and MP isn't full, but I decided to try my chances against Piximon. The first obstacle is getting him to show up. If that is successful, then the next obstacle will be to defeat him, of course. He's not here at the moment, so let's just... Oh, okay, that didn't take long. I thought I'd have to enter and re-enter a lot more than I actually did. It's funny, I got very lucky with Mumemon as well. Using a finish, eh? Well, two can play that game. We're now up to 94 prosperity points. Just 2 Digimon left, both of whom are waiting for us at Mount Infinity. Megadramon shouldn't be too bad. He uses, if I remember rightly, DG Dimension, Giga Freeze and Megaton Punch. Ice Statue will win against all 3 of those attacks. Ice Statue will stop those attacks, it will interrupt them, it will do a fair bit of damage, might paralyze him. As for Digitamamon, Ice Statue will win against Confusion Storm. It won't win against Meltdown. I mean, I would, if Digitamamon was to use Meltdown and I was to use Ice Statue, then I would hit Digitamamon with Ice Statue. I would damage him, but Meltdown would still get performed, and I would get hit by Meltdown. As for Thunderbolt, well, if he was to use Thunderbolt at the same time that I use Ice Statue, I would definitely hit him with Ice Statue, and he might hit me with Thunderbolt. It'll be close, I reckon. The point I was making is that I imagine Digitamamon will be the tougher Digimon. Advantages though, I think he'll be vulnerable to ice since he has fire as his first nature, and when you knock him down, it takes a while for him to get back up, enough time for you to ready yourself to attack again, and if he gets a finish then there's a 50% chance of it hitting him. Right, it should be pretty simple, but I'll explain it anyway. Megadramon currently wants to sleep. Our HP and MP are currently not full. We are currently in Mount Infinity, where there are 2 Digimon we need to defeat. Now I saved at Digimon's house, so should I get defeated in battle, then all I have to do is reload. My progress is safe. And from here, if we make it up to Megadramon and Digitamamon, then we can challenge one of them before sleeping, hopefully win against them, defeat them, hopefully, and then I can sleep so that my HP and MP will get recovered considerably, if not completely. I'll be able to save as well, and then commit myself to the other battle. So, if all is good, then I will recruit both Megadramon and Digitamamon from this trip to Mount Infinity, and I will then make it up to 100 prosperity points. One problem, well, the biggest problem, is winning the battles. A separate problem is that if I am successful, then returning to the city is easier said than done. I can't use an autopilot to return, so I would have to return on foot, and when leaving Mount Infinity, when backtracking from the final room in Mount Infinity, you know, back to the previous areas of Mount Infinity towards the city, there are some unavoidable battles that you will get into, and with me not being allowed to use items, thus not being allowed to recover HP or NP, I might end up in a position where I'm unable to return to the city without getting defeated, and so I might have to get defeated in a battle as a way of returning to the city, which will mean losing a life and having my happiness and discipline go down. But the most important thing is that I will be at 100 prosperity points, and that will be the challenge complete. Had I defeated Megadramon before Machinedramon, then there would be random Digimon in this area who I would have to get past. But since we didn't defeat Megadramon, we didn't have to worry about those Digimon. Okay, it looks like I was remembering incorrectly. I didn't battle one of them and then sleep. Instead, I made it up to Digitamamon, then I chose to sleep and save as well. And it looks like my intention was to defeat both of them and without returning to the city. And it looks like my plan was to get the tougher one out of the way first. Please don't get injured. Please don't get injured. Please don't get injured. Please don't get injured. Good. Because if I was injured, I'd have to have reloaded. Because if you fight when you're injured, I think you consume more MP when you attack, and I think your attacks do less damage. Good news is Digitamamon's been defeated. Bad news, I did lose a lot of HP So when I go up against Megadramon, I cannot take many hits. I need to ensure that I stop as many attacks as possible with my ice statue. That was a much better demonstration on how to fight. We are now up to 100 prosperity points, but we still need Digimon to confirm it, and for our tamer level to go up, and for us to be presented with the medal. So we still have the challenge of returning to the city, and given my HP and MP, I surely will get defeated in battle and lose a life, but at least it will be a shortcut back to the city. There's only a few minutes of this challenge left, and that there is one of the unavoidable battles that you get faced with when trying to return or backtrack through the Mount Infinity on foot. As I was saying, only a few minutes left, so I would like to use that to talk about this challenge. Digimon World No Items challenge, completing the game while not giving any items to your Digimon, or have your Digimon benefit from an item in any sort of way. I have successfully completed this challenge. I have successfully made it up to 100 prosperity points while not using any items. I started off with Agumon, digivolved to Miramon, made some progress. Miramon faded away, chose the pink egg, digivolved to Numamon, so that I could then digivolve to Muncymon and set up Toy Town for later on. Then when Muncymon faded away, started over with the green egg, digivolved to Greymon, made more progress, faded away, chose the pink egg, digivolved through to Megadramon, and then did the remainder of the game. Digimon World is a game that I like very much. Gaming is something that I'm passionate about in general, a big hobby of mine, and I particularly like Digimon World. I do enjoy the gaming that I do, the videos that I record and upload. I know I'm not the best in the world, but I do try my best to provide entertainment to those who are interested in what I do. I would like to believe that there are people who enjoy watching the videos that I record and upload, and for those of you who have watched this challenge, I'm very grateful that you've chosen to devote your time to me. I hope that you liked this challenge. I hope that you like my videos and recording in general, and if you've got any feedback for me, then please post comments telling me what you thought, be it positive feedback or negative feedback. Either way, I would like to hear it. So I thank everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you with whatever it is that I do next. But this challenge is complete.